Okay, so looks like we're probably live. I can see the 0 show up. So the updates for this week, that's not new, but just continuing along, unless you are just tuning in now. So I have my notice for my next N13 Merritt's eviction hearing, May 26th. So I still got a bit of time on that. Last week I was sick, and I have successfully become unsick. Although it sounds like my voice is still a little bit off. Although technically it sounds, I kind of think my voice sounds a bit better when I'm just recovering from being sick. You can let me know in the chat what your opinion is. Regardless, so the next question is, when is the next video coming out? So I've been working on that for quite a while now. So script, I spent quite a bit of time in the script, and it's going to be a long one. The script is 100% done. It's been done for a bit, and I have finished as of this week. Because I got sick, I was not able to film anything. So as of today, I'm probably estimating like 45% done filming, and while I was sick, I was able to catch up on a lot of the editing. So I'd say editing is probably about another 45% complete. And at this point, the optimistic ETA on delivery would be 10 days from now. So that's it for the what I'm working on. So not it's kind of boring while I'm just working on stuff. It's not a whole lot not a whole lot to report. And so today I don't really have anything prepared. I actually did last night. I took a little bit of time to work on. There was a fix I wanted to add to the block mining simulation game, so I just did a little bit of work on that and pushed it so I can have that available for today. So one of the things I'll probably do is just, I guess, once chat starts to heat up, then I'll talk to chat for a bit, and then if chat slows down, then I will work a bit more on just messing around with IntelliJ and figuring out how to actually get the build process working seamlessly in IntelliJ. Fireball ferret sends good vibes. Excellent. I'll put that in the pile of good vibes. 108 seconds ago. Yep, just started. What are you working on? I will be working on the block mining simulation game. So let's go ahead and open this up. So it'll take a minute. This thing is so slow. You make up your mind, yet for who you're going to be voting for. Let's not start off with the politics chat. should release favorite command NFTs. I don't know. It hasn't the NFT train, isn't that gone at this point? Or the fad is kind of over, I think. I don't hear people talk much about NFT drops. I thought they had all crashed and gone to zero. I think Justin Bieber did a bunch or something, and they all went to they like immediately went down 99%. Honestly, it's amazing that people keep buying those things, even though they're just like, and the meme coins, they just immediately go to zero. And people keep doing it. Here's a random question. How much garbage did you see in the woods? According to Uber John Flynn, the Niagara region is full of garbage. I guess it probably depends on where you are. Actually, in my last couple live streams, my live streaming in the woods series, I did there were some like random homeless encampments and stuff, like abandoned. There's like a big pile of mattresses and stuff, and I showed that in one of my streams. Like right here, we're right beside an urban area, though, so that makes sense. There are actually some other trails. I actually think there are like an increasing number of homeless people who live in the woods up here. I have noticed down around a few other trails and stuff. It's just like random encampments in the woods, and then I mean, interesting lore. If you see the if you saw my video on the grep command, so when the video on the grep command where if you've seen that one where I'm holding the flower in the field, and I'm like in a giant field with my what is it, Freeze and Freedom GNU software, the one using the grep command to filter dating matches. So that one, when I was filming that scene in the middle of that field, I was kind of I was a little bit sketched out at one point because I thought it was like, it's this massive field, and there's nothing going on there, and so I had my camera set up like really far away to get that shot, and after I set the camera up, there was just like random person that came out of the woods. I was walking around and I was like, I hope they don't like grab my camera and run off with it. And later on I realized, and then I heard people talking in there, and so I'm pretty sure like right in the woods beside that massive baseball field, I think there was like a homeless encampment or something, or those at least two people were living there. But yeah, there are a surprising number of people that live in the woods up here now. That was a very political reply. Yep, we'll just avoid pure politics for now. Might be specific to there. Yeah, I mean, like if you go to like, the actual woods, if you go like a 15-minute walk into the woods somewhere in an actual like forested area, you probably won't find quite as much garbage. Lucas John Eusis says hello. How's it going? I recently put money into the stock market and immediately lost 20%. Nice. That's how it always works. There's it's just like the meme of those what is it, the bog twins? Actually, the bog twins, they died. I think they caught COVID or something, if I remember correctly. Where is the directory? Okay, home. Okay, I thought it was 04-05. Does that exist? Open. Oh, there it is. You recorded it though? Verified? Oh, I guess the garbage? Here for the vibes. Yeah, my light doesn't quite show up because it's still daytime, so once the sun starts to set, then a little bit, then that'll improve the vibes. I just got here. Can we start over from the beginning, please? You can go back to in YouTube. You can skip earlier in the live stream, and then you can just put it on 2x speed to catch up. Bradley, don't think short term. Yeah, it's hard to invest in the stock market. I don't know. Like, it'd be nice to just take the approach of, invest and wait for the long haul. But what if we do go into like a 10-year like a market correction or something? One perk of living in the woods: direct access to maple syrup. Maybe they're syrup enthusiasts. You can get access to maple syrup. You can drink it right out of the tree, but I guess I'm not even sure how safe that is. I have back in the day when I was a kid. I used to tap maple syrup trees a little bit. But if you want to actually make like the syrup, it's you have to boil it down. It's quite time consuming. Just keep putting money into S&P. In 20 years, this will be a blip. It's true, but there's always the temptation to try and min-max things. But I don't know. It's the whole market's in flux. I don't know. It's in my view, it's impossible to know which way things are going. So what about the orange? I guess that should be man market, orange man market crash. How's everyone holding out? I'm doing pretty good because I have no money invested in the stock market at all. So the market crash has not affected me at all. And what vibe percentage are we at? I think we're probably at like maybe like about 60%. Timing the market versus timing the market. It's true, but like, what if you want to make 1,000% return though? The S&P has only returned I don't know, 10% annualized returns or something. That's good for the market, I think. One of these streams I asked you about Nvidia stock. You said look into research from Goldman Sachs or something. Ironically, they released a price that was pretty bearish recently, and then yeah, I don't remember that conversation. I guess that sounds like something I would say to look into what Goldman Sachs would say. But I mean, their stock has gone up so much that it sounds like you would expect logically that there'd be some revision to the mean, and the overall market seems like it's due for a correction, which I guess it did. I haven't actually even watched the market in the last couple of days. It's I have no money in the market at all, so it has not affected me at all. Vibe seems okay. Could be better. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of the current vibe. I think it's too bright out. Are you gambling and then just take your 10% and let it compound? I think people underestimate how much money there is in compound yield. Yeah, I mean, well, if you know a percent, then you can exactly calculate the compounding yield. But If you can get 20%, why not? If you can get 10%, why not get 20%? I'm here, Robbie. We can vibe now. Excellent. Even compounding with an index needs to start at the right price level, though. People were greedy after Trump got elected. Yeah, I mean, I think part of his advertised plan was to think there's going to be short-term pain in the interest of long-term gain. I mean, there's other some of the other stuff about like trying to bring back steel production and stuff like that. Some of that is it's the expectation is it's not going to be more prosperous, and it's going to be less prosperous for sure. But it's all about national security. It's like it would be cheaper to not buy a home security system. You could just invest that money into something else. But when security matters for you, then because I know the United States, their shipbuilding capacity is like has been going down since the Second World War. So I think that's some of the consideration, is that if the U.S. needed to build a lot of ships really quickly, like if they need to, totally ramp up ship production in the next couple of years, then the infrastructure does not exist, and like the dry docks don't exist, and like the first and second order things about like moving in that direction simply don't exist at all. And that's some of the, I mean, that's if you're to try and make sense of some of the madness. I mean, it's interesting trying to analyze Trump, because on one hand you can be like, he's a genius, he's got all these great plans, but then on the other hand, like there's like ridiculous stuff that's indicative of not knowing what you're doing, like those tariffs on that island populated by penguins or whatever, or those tiny islands in the Pacific. I think that's amusing that those are front and center for tariffs, but like, is that a joke, or is it a serious mistake, or who knows what it is? It's getting warm. My fans are spinning up. Seems like the world stopped wanting to create goods. Just keep putting a fixed amount every month. Yeah, I mean that'll get you a guaranteed yield. But what if you want to make $1 million really fast? You got to take a risk to make big return. Apparently, China is dominating shipbuilding. Yeah, China and I think Korea as well. They build a lot of ships. Bullish on penguin memes for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of memes that can come out of all this. It's going to be interesting when other countries retaliate against the U.S. tariffs. China's already retaliated against the USA. I guess we'll find out how the market reacts to this on Monday. You can't make $1 million very fast without gambling. Well, I would say gambling is putting everything to chance. But if you think you have some special knowledge or skill, then you can take some of that thing that is an element of chance and transform it into an element of control in order to increase your wins, which is, that's people can debate all day about whether they know what they're talking about when they're trying to invest or build a business or something. It's insider trading, but there's also like if you have anyone who intelligently makes a good business decision is making that based on some knowledge, some real useful knowledge about their business and the market and stuff. And of course, that does lead to a greater return on investment. There's only so much you can do with speculation. Yeah, if you're just if you're sitting in front of a day trading software all day, that's I would say for most people who think they're skilled in some way, most of those people are just gambling. There's so many things you need to know to actually get an edge in trading in the stock market. Pretty sure Buffett invested in Amazon not long before pandemic, and Forex his investment in 2 years. Great timing. It was $2 billion to $8 billion. Yeah, I read Warren Buffett is amassing with his biggest stockpile of cash ever, as if he's waiting for the market to crash, or he believes that cash is better than actually being the market, which doesn't bode well for anyone who's all in on the stock market. I mean, I think what also happens too is when those big traders when those big investors like Buffett move out of the market, it doesn't actually make the price go down immediately, but what it does it makes the market weaker, so there's less legs to stand on. So then when some other thing comes along, when there's just a gust of wind that'll knock the market over, and maybe this will be that. I like the idea of equity firms throwing money into business. They're failing and then restructuring those businesses via management, etc. Turn them into a cash cow. Yeah, I mean that is popular, but it's also a lot of those businesses are effectively what some of them end up doing is basically betraying the trust they've built up in their brand. So there's people have a certain expectation of trust and quality in a brand, and then they just come in and buy the brand, and they squeeze as much money out of the brand as possible until there's nothing left. And then honestly, I think it's actually becoming a more concerning societal problem. Private equity firms buying literally everything and making because now they can start price fixing, and when they buy the whole market, there's all kinds of weird stuff. I think private equity firms own a disproportionate number of veterinary clinics, and I mean, if you care about your cat or dog or whatever, and now when you go to these places, they I've heard a few anecdotal stories from other people saying that they went to a vet because for their cat was sick or something, and then the vet is take all this expensive medication and stuff, or stuff where they'll accidentally euthanize your cat by accident, or they're always trying to upsell you stuff, or they absolutely do not care about the health of the pets at all, and the whole business model is just extract as much cash from people and using their pets as hostage. And I mean, if that's profitable, more private equity firms will do it. And then and the other problem is now when they can do regulatory capture, so they can start creating some, you have to be a registered veterinary clinic or something, so it becomes impossible to start your own independent, honest veterinary clinic. I mean, that kind of problem exists everywhere. I mean, I think that's pretty entrenched too in the medical field as well. Buffett is heavy in short-term treasuries. That guy's a genius. He's also big enough too that he can basically make the market as well. So whatever he does, everyone will just follow him. Is private equity the side effect? Or the side effect or the effect of in-stage capitalism? You'll own nothing and be happy? Yeah, I think it is one inevitable capitalism is just the maximum allocation of capital, and if that in the short term, if that ends up doing some evil things, then if it makes money, it'll grow, and we need the rest of society to catch up with it and become aware of it and impose rules. And if everyone gains a reputation, if veterinary clinics damage the reputation enough, people won't go to them, and they won't do good. They won't make as much money anymore. Basically, just medical sector and banking as a whole. The whole rigged way it is. Yeah, there's so much stuff that is pretty rigged. I need a UI UX app developer. There might be one here. I guess there's only 20 people here so far. But I guess if there's anyone who wants to do some app development, feel free to let I know. Dark project says I used sudo divorce. So you got divorced. That's unfortunate, I guess. Okay, so one of the next things I was going to work on was just to figure out how. Also, the most recent change I added was I added something so it'll automatically figure out, based on the value of the term variable, whether it should try to render emojis or not automatically. So not messing with that flag back and forth. I can just kind of do it. It can figure itself out automatically. Today, what I'll maybe do is work a bit on. I need to figure out a way to get the build process working with the JNI library. So in here I have the JNI library that I need to figure out a way to make this play nicely with IntelliJ, because if I create a configuration, let's see. So if I do this, that's from something I just added. Okay, I guess I have to make that more robust. See, I think the UI is not frozen. I haven't seen any changes in a minute. I think sometimes it'll freeze if I don't have the web browser as like the top window. Okay, this is the primary issue with building this in IntelliJ. Is it'll say that the JNI library is not built, and that makes sense. I guess it does because so it's not smart enough to figure out how to use the POM file. Yeah, so this is where it's running the command. It actually builds the JNI library. And for some reason, IntelliJ is not smart enough to I guess run this, or so maybe I may have to split this out into a separate Maven project, or it's in a multi-modules project, so maybe this will have to be a separate module or something to get it to work correctly. And then I guess I'd add maybe a dependency here. I'm currently trying to fix my mini PC router. It's currently blocking NTP traffic, possibly just UDP as a whole. Yeah, I've thought about messing around trying to get like an old PC to function as a router. Blocking NTP traffic. Could it be that it's could it be that you need an NTP server running on it? Because I figured that. So does your mini PC itself have a software like server? Like I assume there's some open source. I think I looked into how to set up a router on a PC before. I think you'll need DNS, or you'll need a DHCP server, and then I think separately you need an NTP server. Device behind the router is trying to contact public NTP server, but it can't reach him. That's not booting, huh? Maybe there's maybe there already is an NTP server running on it or something, and then that's like grabbing the request but messing it up or something. You can use the SS command to figure out which what services are hosted on the machine, and then I think it just hasn't set up IP table masquerade rules. Okay. Mover says, "Hey, how's it going?" Not super sure why it doesn't just run this. I would assume that it, I don't know if it's IntelliJ just doesn't run the plugins or something. Two horses and a donkey walk into a bar. I hope this is a wholesome joke. You like the IntelliJ IDs, Robert? I haven't used it much. Honestly, I'm just historically I've just used command line, and it's always been really inefficient. I've wanted to get like some kind of a language server or something set up so I could use Vim, but I've decided that it makes sense to maybe just get the project working in IntelliJ and try develop. I haven't actually developed in an IDE for years, and I think if I live stream coding, I think it would make way more sense to do it in an IDE, and and also as we get more like AI integrations and stuff, I think there might be like in order to get not left behind in the dust, I think it makes sense to mess around with this. So I'm new to IntelliJ development at the moment, and right now I haven't actually confidently gotten my project working in IntelliJ. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to get so when I run out of the command line, it will successfully build this JNI library, and I right now I'm trying to figure out how to maybe change the POM files so it'll so this is how I compile it, run it right now. And there's been a few issues with it. So it's doing the JNI headers. Okay, and now it's like compiling the JNI headers again. So I don't know quite why it does that, but okay. So that's the full build. Now, if I run it in IntelliJ, where's the console build? Oh yeah, it'll complain about the library is not there. That makes sense if it's not building it. Now it's been a while since I worked on this, so I forgot how it worked. Okay, yeah, so there's a class. I've never looked in that file before. Okay. Yeah, this generates some Java. Do you always use this much indentation? You mean in this file? Usually I just use, I guess that's probably tab. Yeah, that's like the one tab. Usually I just use tab indentation because that's what's the default in Vim. Normally I'm on a monitor. I'm on a monitor that's not as, it doesn't wrap all the text around. I kind of wonder if maybe there's not a, if I maybe just need like a dependency on this or something. That's interesting that it calls it artifact ID, Maven and run plugin there, and then in this thing, project name, Maven dash ant run dash. Almost looks like there's something gets not doing correctly there. There's all this stuff about execution phases and stuff that I don't quite know. Let's see what happens if I just call this. Leaving and run foo. What will happen? That makes sense. So that artifact ID definitely matters. It's one of those it's one of those cases where I could actually kind of see, where I can see actual use for AI with this stuff, where like right now I probably just want to ask like Stack Overflow some questions, but like ChatGPT would kind of be perfect for this. I don't have it, I'm not logged in. I probably won't bother for this stream, but Robert software, did you get your external mic working with your phone? No, I did not. I guess there's one final test I could do where if I plug it in and power it on and everything, and then start the stream with that setting, but I at least proved that during the stream, if I change the mic setting, it won't switch to it. I guess there's still also open questions about like maybe the power source was not strong enough to like, and the preamp was cutting out or something, but for now I'll probably I'll maybe conclude that test. I was just kind of curious like how good does this technology work together, because I haven't messed around with this stuff in years. One of the other things I wanted to test was I tried it actually here, and it didn't work. But my USB capture card, I wanted to see, could I put my USB capture card, plug it into the phone, because it'll plug in via USB-C. And can I basically hook my DSLR camera up to the phone and then mobile stream from the phone? And I concluded that it didn't work. It just when it turned on, it would have this little like blue light on it or something. So there might be another capture card that it'll work with, but it's the technology is not seamless. Game Dev Chat says, "Howdy, have a good day. How's it going? Gemini 2.5 Pro is pretty great and free via AI Studio." Yeah, there's quite a few different impressive AIs right now. Grok is actually not too bad. Do you think that a math Olympiad level high school student, but not USA, but Europe, without any computer science knowledge, can excel at this? I only know physics and mathematics. What do you think? Math Olympiad, high level school student. When you say can excel at this, but what do you mean by this? Like software development in general? I would assume anyone who's a math Olympiad for sure would be able to be very good at programming. I mean, initially, computer programming was considered a branch of mathematics. So if you go into the foundations of it, honestly though, like, in some ways, you might almost be like disappointed. And modern software development is kind of like almost beneath the mathematical purity of like if you look at the olden days from the first computer programmers who are actually mathematicians as well, and like all the advanced graph theory and stuff that they did and tied it in, and like the solutions that people were thinking about to solve computer science problems in like 1960 is like kind of way above where we do it today. Now today everything is about just pumping out like garbage JavaScript, and like the theory of compilers that was developed with like grammars and stuff. We kind of just like it was too much work to actually make super robust compilers, so now we just make like garbage compilers, and all their parsers and stuff are handwritten, and yeah, I mean, for tying together like if you're a high level math Olympiad, like in my I think I actually did I did some like competitive math exam. My school was not great on math, but just for fun I did the Euclid exam to get into. I thought if I could do good on it, it might help me get in, and I think I got like 30% or something, which is pretty bad. GC equals garbage compiler. Yeah, like a lot of the solutions we do today are kind of good enough, and yeah, I think if you love mathematical purity and stuff like that, and you're super like into the Renaissance era of programmers and mathematicians and stuff, you'll find that like what we have today is just kind of you'll almost be like, I mean, this is not true everywhere, but some people will almost like find it annoying how you like trying to spend an extra time to do things the correct way rather than just like churning out garbage. I'm sure you can definitely find places where like the niche skills of mathematical optimization is actually appreciated, but some of those jobs are like kind of few and far between. I think like anything in academic research, and I know there are like some kind of, like when I was at Amazon, I think there was someone who was hired to write like to work on like graph algorithms for like they were literally solving the traveling salesman problem and trying to optimize that with like real vehicles that were driving around. But the number of people who you need to hire to actually do that specialized job is there's only so many of those jobs. Now there also are like if you work in maybe like chip design or something, I think there's a lot of actual like mathematical optimization you can use for that stuff now, where your talents as a mathematician would be appreciated. I'm from Poland, and my country kind of excels at computer science and mathematics, especially in International Olympiad in informatics. We are second and first in ICPC. I know in USA it's not relevant. But still, there's a great number of experts from USA. I kind of have a problem. Actually, Poland, from what I understand about Poland, it's breaking through with CS. From what I understand about Poland, I think Poland is actually on the up and up from like I've never been there, but I do know that among all the places in Europe, like I think historically my understanding was Poland was kind of like one of the more like depressing post-Soviet countries, but of course it's been progressing in the background. And then after the war in Ukraine started, there was a lot of skilled people came from Ukraine and left Poland. And from my understanding, like you would, if you live there, you know better than me, but my understanding is that there's a lot of investment. There's a lot of like high technology investment flowing into Poland right now, and it's actually kind of one of those surprising growth stories where the historical perception that people have of Poland is like kind of like a decrepit post-Soviet country, but I think now it's actually getting, if the money and the talent is there, it could really it could just randomly become like one of the best countries in Europe for kind of advanced IT stuff. Now you would know that better than me if you live there, but if you find yourself surrounded by a lot of those people, then it may actually be a good place to be. Now you say breaking into CS. I guess it depends what you want to do. So if you say you're in high school, you can go to university to study computer science, and that'll get you more into that direction. I think there's kind of two different questions to ask. Like one is like for following your passion, how do you optimize that? That's a different question from how do you make a lot of money and support yourself. So if you want to make a lot of money and support yourself, then you can kind of just bite the bullet and like learn JavaScript and make like garbage user interface software. That's where historically, no, I mean the market's also in flux now because of AI, but I think there still will be some demand for people just to figure out like where are the bugs in this UI code, in this TypeScript project and stuff. And for that kind of stuff, I think that would not be fulfilling, but it's the kind of stuff that actually pays money. So probably the best piece of advice I could give is you could study computer science in university, but find a place where you can get a good internship or co-op program. That is like probably the number one thing. I think there's a lot of people that go into academia is very comfortable. So unless you have rich parents who can afford to send you to like 10 grad schools and like be perpetually in grad school, if you need to make money to survive, then I would say study computer science or even a kind of related field like electrical engineering or something like that, whatever's like in demand in your country at the time, and do something with a good co-op program, something that where and like do research on people who went there previously, and if they say it has a good co-op program, or they actually facilitate and like set up the environment to make it easy to get for you to get the to actually get into the employment that's actually making money and getting work experience, because even just having a bit of relevant working experience will help you tremendously for getting that next bit of work experience, and then it just kind of snowballs from there. Poland is really great right now. You'll be really surprised. It grew the most in the last 30 years. Yeah, I am kind of, I don't live there, but from what I understand about how Europe is developing, Poland kind of, my perception is that Poland seems to be that surprise case that nobody really thought Poland would become great. And like my understanding is that countries like UK are really going downhill at the moment. But Poland, yeah, you want to be physically where things are growing. And my understanding, I think there's actually, I actually think that a lot of the Baltic states have, I don't know if you consider Poland a Baltic state, but a lot of the countries around that region of the world, there's a lot of high tech investment dollars flowing in there, I think, to kind of try and build them up in order to strengthen NATO. Mayor of Air Conditioning says, "Good luck, Robert." Thank you very much. Even when OpenAI was 50 people, big, 10 of them was Polish, with a co-founder. I won't try to pronounce that name, but and chief scientist Jacob. Actually, Polish universities are free, and University of Warsaw is on the 5th place. History of ICPC. Wow, free. Wow, that's an incredible comparison to. Yeah, I mean, yeah, based on everything so far, I think you're being in Poland is not a bad place. Poland was in the same league as Germany, Czech. But after more Soviets came in the last 30 years, the country that only surpassed growth was China, not anyone else. Yeah, I think the job market is a little bit different in the U.S. compared to U.S. and North America compared to Europe. So I don't quite know the best career path advice. Like if you're in the U.S. here, the path is try to get like the big tech jobs at FANG companies. I mean, Amazon and stuff, those are big enough. Like there's Google probably has a Poland office or something like that. And I would assume that they probably pay quite good there. So that would be a decent route, is try to optimize, try to get some kind of even just low-level internships, study something that, where you can get into those initial internships and then set your sights on eventually working at Google or Amazon or something like that. And if you do work at one of those big companies, that would also give you, put you close to being, working on those, big, like pure math type problems in computer science. But also I worked at some of those, I worked at NVIDIA and Amazon, and I have a couple of videos on those, my experiences there and why I chose not to pursue that. How do you manage to become so advanced at what you do? I guess you just spend thousands and thousands of hours on it. I'm 38 years old now, so technically I'm behind. I should be even more advanced than I am. Now we just need to figure out the build process for this thing. Do you think about moving to USA? I think if I could go back in time, that would have been the right option. Today, though, I don't think it makes sense. I think I've technically kind of also missed the window, because the gravy train years kind of seem like they're over. But I mean, maybe it'll go back to normal. Who knows? I think there's a bunch of reasons where it's just I think not the most feasible decision to move now. I saw a couple of your videos, and I know you live in Canada. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our trade relationship, the relationship between Canada and U.S. was pretty good, but now it almost seems like both politicians are like, nope, let's tank the U.S.-Canada relationship as much as possible. So we're just along for the ride. What's your opinion about AI? What do you think? There's lots of stuff to say about AI. Can you explain static in Java? So static in Java is let me find a static. So probably one good example of static is I have a static variable just down here. So I have this logger class here. When I create an instance of that, I want it to be static because I don't need to have multiple loggers. So if I create multiple instances of this class, that means that every single one of them will use the exact same logger class. And one of the most obvious consequences of that is that the JVM only needs to maintain one piece of space for one copy of this variable. So if I create 10,000 instances of this, I'm only going to have one variable that actually references the logger class. Whereas for these other things, there'll be multiple instantiations of these variables for every single class. So like this, well, that's just a static value, but every single one of these classes could have a different random number seed associated with it. And then if I make it static, then they'll all be the same. Do you have thoughts on Justin Trudeau's exit or the new PM? Not anything specific. I myself would like to get into ML AI, and I will study math. What do you think about this career path? I think AI will continue to be. It's not going to go away. It's not a fad. I guess it depends. It depends how you want to approach it. I think cutting edge like AI research is going to be there's going to be some interesting stuff there. The large language models themselves specifically are I think a new kind of novel, interesting thing. I'm getting divorced. Used my wife's car to get a loan, paid a lawyer to suit her. She hated that car, hates living with me, stole our assets. That's an unfortunate situation you're in there. I wish you the best. Static class function does not change the class, change the class variables. Kind of weird. That's also static, but it's so different. Yeah, I guess it's kind of related in that. Yeah, I didn't explain that. Is that a static method cannot reference member variables, which makes sense because if the so there is kind of a relationship there between static members and static methods, because if you have a static method and you try to reference a member variable, then it'll complain at you until you make that member variable static. So the method belongs to the class itself, rather than any particular instance object of the class. Yeah, and in terms of like static methods, I think probably the most intuitive. Actually, it's in this, I think. Oh no, it's in. So a perfect example for a use case for a static method is this one here. So it's basically just like it's a utility function, and it has nothing to do with any kind of member. There's no state or context with it. And so I just made this method static because it's basically like a little helper method. And I just kind of stuff it in here because that's the most convenient place to put it. And so if I try to reference a member variable in here, and the other advantage of this is that I can just reference this. So I can reference this is in it's in block model context. So I can just go into any other class that's in the same package and then do block model context. Block model context dot convert to hex. So if I want to convert something to hex, I don't need to create any instances. I don't need to do anything else. I just do this. So even if I'm running a program where there's literally 0 instances of this class, I can still call this static method because I don't need an instance. But then as soon as I remove the static, then I need to now I need to go like block model context equals new block model context, and then call the method on the instance. How do you feel about the requiredness of defining variables as final in Java? Feel about the requiredness? Is it required? I think it's. I think you can get away with writing programs and then never making them final. But I think it can be a good idea. It's just a kind of defensive programming thing that's available to you. Honorable Bunny says, "Hey Rob, how's it going?" So it basically conserves memory if objects all use common method since it has the same info. Yes, so there's you could talk about like what are the effects. Probably one of the biggest, like in terms of optimization, that is probably one of the biggest, most meaningful advantages to like making your program faster. So if you have, and it can be a big deal for, depending on the type of program you're writing. If you have a class with some like big chunk of data or something, and so you have like 10,000 different instances of this class, and they all need to reference this this static unchanging final piece of information, and you don't want to basically copy some big string variable or JSON data between like 1,000 instances of the class, because you're going to have to store that in memory, because the compiler doesn't know. It might think, oh, well, they all have a string variable called JSON, but the JSON could be different, so we have to like conserve the space. We have to reserve the space for all different instances. But when it's static, then you can just have one copy of it, and the footprint is way lower. Slightly philosophical question. Isn't programming like talking to someone who takes everything literally? You could say that. I mean, I would almost say it's not like doing that. It is literally doing that. You basically have to. It depends what programming language you're writing in, but like something like assembly, it's almost, you're hand holding the CPU and saying like move this over here, copy this, add these numbers together, and it's the most exact interpretation of whatever you specify. But of course now with AI and stuff, we're getting much more higher level ways of interacting with the computer. If you could replace base 10 being the standard with any other base, which one would you choose? I guess probably base 2. That one makes the most sense. Programming is much less hard. Listen, programming is much less hand-wavy than math even. Yeah, programming is one issue that I have with math is the tendency mathematicians have to overuse symbols, and like on one hand, mathematicians define things like the definition of a limit in calculus is like they're super particular about it, but then things like differentials like dx and stuff, they don't give a super good like the way they kind of abuse that and treat it as like the value, like dy over dx, the dx and dy are like infinitesimals, which is not like, it's not a category of number. But then they'll do like they'll do division and stuff, and multiply by the top and bottom. But these things are not like really defined, but it's yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly a math guy, but I know enough about it to be frustrated by it. And the other one is like in statistics, the exact same variable is overused over and over again. You don't get away with that in math uni. I guess it depends who your professor is. I'm gonna go blow my nose. would base 2 be most practical for humans to use casually? Wouldn't a slightly higher base like 8 or 16 be more efficient? Maybe. But then again, like, it's a kind of a strange hypothetical question, because currently we don't, currently we do so much stuff with computers to assist us. So in this hypothetical universe, like, are we using this forward in the future, or are we going back to like the 1700s or something? I think if we went back in time, like if we're reimagining how it developed from like 1900, then yeah, I think it would make sense to base 8 or base 16 maybe. But if you're starting from today, I think human beings kind of already, a lot of young people today don't even know how to do math, and they're just going to use like ChatGPT or something. Do you have any hobbies as a kid? Like Pokemon card collecting? Is searching now? I did actually have some Pokemon cards. I got like a few of them. I just got them for free, and then I started going to these, like, I started like working on trading them, and I started with like a handful of them, and then I started trading them, and I traded up to get more and more of them. And that was my my fun thing, having like a growing my deck. What do you use colors for in the text editor? This is just the kind of default syntax highlighting. This is an XML document, and so the start tag is here, and that's the end tag over there, and then whatever's in between is just I guess in green here, and these are the attributes on tags. But it's whatever the default was with I think I can turn it off. So now you have to figure out, you gotta be good at looking at HTML visually. It's huge right now. This guy paid for his wedding with vintage cards. Not telling you to sell your cards, but it's insane now. Huh. Yeah, I think I have a few in like the attic home, but I don't really have I know back in the day, the Charizard card, that was a really big one. I think there was actually someone at my school who got one, where he like spent all his money on one, and we're like, you're crazy. But then I think with the resurgence, the thing is, there some of the money that people put on those is like they evaluate them at like $1 million or something, but fundamentally they're just cards, and if you really put that much value on it, in my view, like that almost makes them like if I gave somebody $1 million and said, I would like you to make forgeries of these cards, like think about how much work it would be to actually find the like exact type of ink and stuff. Like you could go to a professional person that does like you could hire a consultant that does industrial scale printing for whatever type of someone who makes like a $200,000 a year, who like sells industrial scale inkjet machines and printing presses and stuff like that, and ask them like, okay, how do I forge this thing? How do I make a card similar to this? And you could invest like $500,000 in R&D to figure out how to make a forgery. So beyond that point, when fundamentally, if you're valuing something at $1 million, you could make like completely authentic forgeries. And in my view, the scarcity is not really there. As primitive as possible, so if we evolved 8 fingers instead of 5 in each hand, I just think a base divisible by 2 all the way down to 1 would make many processes much easier. It's true, but I guess I think that realization was had pretty early on in the development of like any kind of electronic computing system. So base 10 was pretty much like, there's very little base 10 in the design of any of that stuff. So we almost don't have to worry about it. If you use base 8, you can just count with your thumbs. Use your thumbs for carries. You could. I don't bother. These are not questions that are on the top of my mind. Pokemon NTFS though. NTFS file system. Forgeries are right there for sure, but I think it's cool. The millennials have a secret trove of value in shoeboxes. I just started collecting just for art. Very social with clubs and stuff. Yeah, I think I guess I have some of the original ones from that I had in like middle school, in a closet somewhere. I think the newest generation is of cards is like a little bit different. Back when I saw them, there was only like one kind of like set or style of them, but I don't even know these days. You're saying instead of spending the 1 million on a card, you could just pay someone to make a duplicate? Yeah. And the thing is, I'm not saying that you should do that, but I'm saying that the economics of it, the economics of the scarcity are such that that reality disincentivizes me for paying $1 million on it, because I know someone else can. Like if I buy a gold coin, I know I'm getting a certain amount of gold in the coin, and that gold has an intrinsic value. But what if I like pay $1 million for a Charizard card, and then 6 months later I find that like some random person is just like sent an order to some place in China, and they're shipping pallets of Charizards and selling them for $1 million. I got duped. But if I have a gold coin, I can like verify its goldness, and even if it gets scratched or it's like, the what do you call it, numericity value of it, pneumatic, whatever the name is for coin collecting. If like the collector value of it goes to 0, I still have the gold. Sorry, didn't mean to hijack the stream. I guess there's lots of people hijacking the stream. I guess it's kind of what I think it's still it's close enough to the category of thing that people are interested in here. What do you think about NASA's rules for making space-proof code? MISRA-C, I think. Space-proof code. I know part of it is, there's coding style rules, but not only do you need coding style rules, you also need the hardware to support it. You need, a special processor and, a system that's actually designed to be hardened toward bit flips. It's easy to remove the scarcity since it's just cardboard. Yeah, basically that's my my argument against like getting too invested in it. There's too many other things too. It would be fun to return to that, but at the same time, it's like, I'm an adult. Like I'm gonna be 40 soon. I gotta make more money. I gotta focus on the grind, on my grind set. Numismatic. I thought it was a numaticist. It's been a while since I did any coin collecting. Free speech. Just got an ad for trade GBT. Did you get an ad on this live stream? Because I thought I turned monetization off, actually. Oh, look, it is. It's on. It says right up there that monetization is on. Huh. I decided to turn monetization off because I don't necessarily know. I think live content is like uncontrollable. It's less controllable, and it doesn't make much. I'm not making much money on the ads anyway, so I think it makes more sense to just turn it off to avoid. Because you're supposed to like declare the monetization status, and if you get it wrong, then they dock your account. I turned that off. I turned that off last time, but I guess it didn't save. Google shows ads regardless. Yeah, I figured they probably would, but I guess I would leave that up to them. Sympathize with that. I'm trying to pivot into software and realizing need to invest so much more time than I expected. Grind set indeed. Yeah, it's hard to it's hard to it's hard to do the right thing these days. Like recently I've been realizing there's like there's almost no career paths that are like universally what do you call it, like universally recognized as contributing to society. Because like back in the day, if you like, were a baker or something, you had a bakery, then, or like you're a blacksmith or something, everyone is like, oh, this is like, this person is doing useful work. But in doing something like YouTube to make money, this is like, I think in my opinion, it is an actual career path that you can make something out of if you also have like a bit of a business to go along with it. But there's a lot of people who like, have a lot of contempt for, these YouTubers, annoying YouTubers and streamers and stuff like that. But it's really just like a different method of marketing stuff. But then also like, when I posted my 37-year-old broke loser video, some people would comment like, just suck it up and go back to getting 9-to-5 job. But one of the jobs I had was working as a professor. But in my opinion, the amount of like actual contribution I can make to society, like the total amount of education I can do, is greater through something like YouTube than it is with going to teach at the college. And the college is not, historically they have not been particularly ethical in the last few years. I think a lot of students are not really getting their value for their money by paying, $6,000 in tuition, and then the like a lot of that money just gets lost. Like they use it to build new buildings and stuff like that, and it doesn't go to benefit the students. But if you go to like work at Amazon or something, or like a lot of the things that make a lot of money are like these private equity things that just like squeeze money out of the economy, like the the private equity firm that's financing the renovictions to squeeze, like basically I mean, they're like destroying the lives of some of the old people who live in this building. They're making a lot of money doing it, but it's like it's not. It's making money by basically, effectively, they're just like transferring wealth from other people. They're not creating things of value. They're taking things of value from other people. That's basically the business model, and that's there are more and more business models where either they're not virtuous intrinsically because they're not contributing to the overall economy, but then some of the ones that do contribute to the economy are like considered low status and people don't like it. And so the number of career paths where you could go down the career path and everyone will look at, like, if you were to poll people and say, like, what's the percentage of people who look at you and say, like, yes, you're a hardworking person that's contributing to the economy. I think almost every career path is like trending down in the status. Let's see. You'll only know the truth if you're on X. Trainers never meet your hero. Not sure what you mean by that. Well, I'll have to go climb in an attic space to do some electrical work. Talk to you later. Have fun. YouTube is just like a kindergarten for adults at this point. A kindergarten for adults. I don't know. I guess it depends what you mean by that. It can be anything you want it to be. There's a lot of nonsense on YouTube. There's also a lot of really useful information. All right. Gnostic. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm pretty close to putting you on hide from channel. What's a strong IRL hands-on skill that you feel you've mastered that isn't tech related? Strong IRL hands-on skill. In the last few years, I haven't really done too many hands-on skills. I used to snowboard back in the day. I used to be. I used to have pretty good upper body strength. I used to be able to walk on my hands, and like do handstands, and I was able to do 200 push-ups for a while. But now I'm getting fat. Gnostic, have you taken your meds today? That is a good question. Chrono True says, how's it going, man? How's it going? Yeah, if I had more time, I mean, it'd be nice to. I don't know if you guys saw that trend of. There's this like guy talking about his like daily routine, where he wakes up at 4 a.m. and drinks this fancy bottled water, and like goes to the gym and works out and stuff like that. It'd be nice to be super rich and have like a 2-hour day workout routine. But I'm pretty far from that at the moment. I got sick. Actually, I usually work out every other day, and I completely stopped the last week because of being sick. I just took up running to stop getting fat. Yeah, it's challenging too, because I find when you work out, your metabolism starts to increase, and that I find a common thing is you start working out and you actually gain weight because your body starts saying, oh, I need more calories, so your appetite goes up and you eat more. But I guess it's still better if once you have the muscle, because to burn calories you have to have muscle, and if you can even gain weight and build the muscle, then it's easier to lose the weight afterward. I had that experience a lot. And I would weight train for years, never ran, but having different experience with running. I don't seem to overeat the same way. Yeah, I try to alternate. When in the summer I'll usually do a run, and then every other day I work out, and I'll usually do a run. I just run up and down the street behind the building there, or I do some my 25-pound weights that you probably saw in my other video. Years ago. Where's the place you traveled that you thought it'd be nice to live here? Yeah, Yosemite National Park. That'd be nice to live in the park. To hold up the board? Oh yeah. Yeah, I just have those two 25-pound weights that I bought at Walmart a few years ago. It's too much work to go to a gym. Firefox versus Brave. I've never used Brave. I watched a talk about the guy who came up with the concept of Brave browser, and I was not convinced that the concept will take off, and it hasn't, as far as I know. I use it for ad block by default. It just works everywhere. I don't use fancy currency stuff and so on. It even has a Tor browser natively. Yeah, I haven't. I've actually never. I've never done anything that's needed a Tor browser. I've kind of purposely avoided all the Onion websites because I know there's a lot of sketchy stuff over there. For ads and stuff, I used to install uBlock Origin, but I haven't really needed it, and then YouTube started blocking it for a while. So I was like, you know what, I actually care. I don't want any of my accounts to get banned off YouTube because I actually make money on it now. So I was like, you know what, I'll just buy YouTube Premium. It's like $100 a year or something, and for the amount of YouTube that I watch, I think it makes sense for me to invest in it. Other than that, I don't really browse many other sites. What's an IRL skill you'd like to learn from YouTube if you had the time and resources? I don't know, IRL skill. Honestly, I don't really even think too much about that. I'm pretty wired into just my immediate ecosystem of trying to make money, trying to survive, working on for the next little while. So the next thing So today I'm streaming. Tomorrow I'm going to be working on trying to finish up the video that's like half done. Then after that I got taxes to do, and then I've got the rent eviction stuff will be ramping up by that point. So that'll be May 26th is when I've got to figure out something for that. So between all those, it's not a whole lot of IRL skills. The other things on my to-do list were, I don't know, maybe I was thinking about maybe I could do some kind of a meetup in Kitchener or something like that. Another meetup video, but I still don't have an idea for that or any kind of a cohesive plan at all. And of course, in between all that, I gotta keep my revenue up because I haven't posted as many videos, so revenue is trending down. Yeah, that doesn't answer the question, but I guess it kind of does in a way, because it's not more IRL skills. It's not my immediate. I need more virtual money making skills. Feeling the vibes? Excellent. How do you decide on Ubuntu for OS? Simple. I ran some other distributions, and then I found that certain things like putting in adding a multiple monitor or trying to do kind of like basic productivity tasks would break and things wouldn't work. That was when I tried Arch. I've never tried Mint. People have said Mint is pretty good. I haven't tried it. In my opinion, every Linux distribution has there's like a reason to use that one. So, in my opinion, Ubuntu is like general purpose. If you want to do like general stuff and get stuff done, it's good for working. Pop OS, I've never used Pop, but I think if I remember, someone was saying, I think it was either Pop OS or Linux Mint. I think it was Pop. They said it was good for gaming or something, but I don't play video games, so I have no reason to check out Pop OS. Kali Linux is good because it has there's a bunch of stuff that's already installed on it. So that's I've used it on a couple occasions for just because I wanted to use a hacking tool or something that was already installed in Kali. So just instead of trying to get this package to work in Ubuntu, which doesn't work, I'll just use Kali. Fedora comes with SE Linux installed and working. But Ubuntu doesn't have SE Linux on it. You can get it to work if you want, but I don't want to get it to work. I want it to already work. So that's why on occasion I've used Fedora. If you're working on if you're working on a Raspberry Pi, then you can use Raspbian Linux, and it comes with all the Raspberry Pi tools. Arch, I think, makes sense if you're a desktop software developer or a kernel developer, and you really want the latest and greatest of, if you need the most recent dbus manager update that was released in the last couple of months, then Arch is good. But if you want to keep those changes out of your system, so it's not breaking all the time, then you want the probably older versions that are on Ubuntu. Let's see. Debian gang represent. When did Canada sell their government to maritime rule? I can't make any sense of that question. Is there a reason to use VI instead of Vim? I think it's just a force of habit. I just type VI instead of Vim because I think it's actually sim-linked. Yeah, it goes to Vim Basic, I guess. Yeah, so I guess this is packaged in the jar file. It's been a while since I did this. I forgot how it works. Pierre for PM, side eyes comment. I guess. this thing pulls it out of the library. How to bind an ant script to a life cycle phase. I think this is what I need to figure out. It's annoying I have to learn all these technologies just to get something to build. You can add a script to each life cycle phase by duplicating the execution section and specifying a new phase. I came here from your how to make a CPU video. Yeah, that's my top video. I think it's got 11 million views or something now. Today I'm just trying to figure out how to get how to fix the build process in my IntelliJ. I developed this outside of IntelliJ, so I'm gonna try and figure that out. How to get this building. I was just about to build the block mining game. Is it broken? It shouldn't be broken. It's not a. I have not rigorously tested the build process in a lot of other places, so there's. I think you should be able to follow the instructions that are on the GitHub. There's just make sure you pay attention to the version, because I think in the most recent release I think I didn't update the README, so it had like one. It was like 05 instead of 06, but I think if you clone like the latest version and build it, technically you can you should be able to just take any one of the jars and run that. Just like wget the jar and then run it with java-jar. All right, agnostic. The next non sequitur thing you type, I'm gonna hide you from channel. All right, I will heed your advice, but I'm gonna hide you from channel because most of what you say doesn't have anything to do with the discussion. Maybe it's all because I don't have some ant plugin installed. I installed plugins. Invocation target exception? Possibility to execute task. Maybe this is all. Maybe this will just make it work. Robert, I think I recognize you from a video from a YouTube channel called Rehab Room. I've not heard of that before. I'll have to check that out, I guess. What's it about? The channel's called Rehab Room. I guess it has something to do with rehab. All right, I'll take a look. There were a few people reacted to it. I mean, it got a million views. I'm kind of surprised that there weren't more reaction videos, given you got a million views. Because there's other videos to get less views and get lots more reactions. Now, what will this do? Rehab Room uses you an example of how the advice people give some people, like, man, put yourself out there, doesn't work. Notably, the brutal moment where we are trying to join dance classes and dance with men. Yeah, it's interesting. There's, obviously there's a lot of commentary on that video. And like, there's so many people are giving advice on stuff these days. I've kind of noticed a phenomenon where there's people who, like, really they don't know what advice to give, and so they're just kind of humble, but it's just like, I just won't type any advice. And then there's some people who really they're looking for someone else to give advice to them, but they're kind of lost themselves. And there's a lot of people, I think, that end up on, like, watching Gary Vee and motivational speakers and stuff like that. And a lot of motivational speakers have no idea what they're doing. And so they're like, oh, okay, I just have to, like, behave like a motivational speaker. Got to be like, you got to just get out there and, follow the grind set and, like, do this and that. And there's tons of people just repeating the same mindless advice because they're totally lost. And, if you read through, I read quite a few of the comments on that video. And it's interesting how much like, if you literally take everyone's advice, there's like almost the same number of comments on both sides saying, like, to do literally the opposite thing. And when you step back and look at it as a whole, you're like, wow, there's so many people giving advice who, like, they can't all be right because they contradict themselves. But yeah, I'm trying to meet people and network, and it's difficult. I've networked with a lot of software engineers over the years. Okay, let's see if that did anything. Nope. Interesting. So it seems those plugins don't make a difference. Let's see. And what I need is more debug information. What you said is so true. You know what's up? You would really enjoy the channel Rehab Room. Yeah, I'll check it out. Are you familiar with the black pill ideology? I've heard about it. I think it's more of like I just take it as a term of, like, there's a black pill take on everything. If you want to look at things pessimistically. There's a lot of issues in the world right now. Oh, that's interesting. XML tag has empty body. that a problem though? I don't think so. In this context, black pill is the understanding of the importance of looks. Oh, is it like a dating advice type of channel? Yeah, I mean, looks are important, but at the same time, I mean, I think one of the most important things is you have to be in a place where the people that you want to meet exist. Not really dating advice, more of a channel, but how out of control life really is, especially when it comes to dating, and all that matters is looks, height, and neurotypicality. All things are out of your control. I mean, I think that's a bit hyperbole. I mean, personally, I don't really subscribe to all the. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that specific channel, but I think there's a. Well, let me just say there's a lot of YouTube channels of people with an unhealthy mindset. Because to say all things are out of your control, I mean that's not true, for sure. I mean, you can be at a disadvantage for sure, but there's still. I mean, one of the reasons I put that video out there is just to describe this is the path I went down, and this is this is kind of how bleak things are for my situation. And one element of control is you can watch my video. Anyone who watched the video can be like, I have control in my life, and I can take specific action. Like, if you want to be in a place where where the gender distribution is not almost 100% male, then don't go into software engineering. Or if you can find, I don't know if it's different in other countries. If it's maybe Europe is a little bit more balanced that way, but at least here in North America, that's been my experience. I need to find a build log somewhere. Looks matter to guys, but applying that logic to women is exactly 100% wrong. You want to feel safe, strength of character, and physical strength is important, not looks. Yeah, if you want my actual analytical take on it, I actually think there's well, first of all, one thing that I always come back to is like there's a lot of philosophy about people behave this way, and this is what a certain type of person wants and everything. But if there's a certain type of person that exists in the population, that is a mathematical and physical proof that there's some force of evolution keeping that person in the gene pool. So even you can even make that argument for things that are considered pathologies, like people who are certain types of craziness are still exist in the gene pool. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, it's just genetic variation or whatever. But you can make an argument for saying that something. I mean, a perfect example is someone like Kanye West, who's Kanye West is crazy, but there's something keeping people like him in the gene pool. And I think it's just because it's a certain balance of enough crazy but enough interesting that people like his music, and he makes a lot of money, and he has kids, and so his genes are going on to the next generation. And I think that the way there's not one universal truth. There's some kind of distribution of what people are attracted to. There's the most attractive thing. Of course you would want someone rich, tall, handsome, healthy, and all that kind of stuff. But then other things, certain people have a type, and I think there's a distribution of attractiveness. And then of course we've got all the other issues in society now, social media destroying everyone's brains, and the housing market destroying everything, making it impossible for household formation. And studies show looks matter to women just as much, if not more than looks matter to guys. I think it also I think it matters a lot for first impressions, and actually that does also play into it, because so much more stuff is superficial these days. But if you go somewhere and you're able to just work alongside someone for 6 months, even if you're you're kind of ugly, if you work with someone for a while, they'll be like, oh, this person's not, they're ugly as sin, but they're not too bad. And when we just have less opportunities to meet people in a normal way, 100 years ago, you would just see someone in town, and you get this familiarity with them over time. But that doesn't exist at all in big cities. I've heard this argument about psychopathy. When we go to war, you wouldn't want everyone to come back and be broken. You would want some men to come back and be unfazed by the experience. Yeah, and I think no matter what you say, no matter how you analyze it and do psychoanalysis and stuff like that, if someone exists right now, that is a physical proof that there's something keeping them in the gene pool. Because if there wasn't some pressure keeping those genes in the gene pool to make that person their genes would have been wiped out 100,000 years ago. And in my opinion, that's that argument trumps all other psychoanalytical arguments and stuff. Sometimes you want someone who will break rules too. Attractive is too much work because women compete too, and cheating exists. Studies can be manipulated. It's that ride or die mentality that's attractive. That makes sense too. The most attractive women also they spend a lot of time on their appearance, and if if you're in a public place with them, there's like, all kinds of random people trying to talk to them all the time and stuff. It's kind of, if you're with someone like that, it can be a burden. What you said about familiarity is true. On first impression, women rate 80% of men below average. When they are familiar with the men, the ratings are more normally distributed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm familiar with all the these podcasts and stuff like that where people it's like a battle of what's it called, whatever podcast or something. I've seen like a couple episodes of that, but it's not I really can't get into that kind of thing, just because it's some of those people take like one study that might be poorly done and then keep regurgitating the same old piece of data over and over again. There's also women will say that they want things, but then they also complain about how they're always dating men that are not up to par, which is actually good news, because if women are constantly dating men who are inadequate, then that means no matter how inadequate you are, you have a shot. Now, if only I can figure out where the build logs are for IntelliJ. I thought I came across kindness being one of the main determinants of success with women, though I do believe competence, strong social skills, emotional awareness all contribute more. Bro, you're on the internet too much. You just need to socialize with women more. Yeah, I mean that of course does improve your outcomes. Let's see. I'm gonna abstain from the rest of this discussion. Otherwise, it'll attract a bunch of people. The YouTube algorithm will listen and be like, "Hey, people want to argue about relationship problems," and then I'll get a whole bunch of people in here quoting references to dating podcasts and stuff. cancel that and then build. This is not good for compiler properties. Keep it safe, getting into muddy waters. Yeah, it's I mean, it's not the main thing is like I see every once in a while I see some people posting stuff on some comments, and I'm like, these are it's getting close to those like I don't remember the name of it. There's like tons of these podcasts and stuff of just like guys that complain about how the dating market is ruined and stuff like that. And I don't personally, I do not identify with these people. Didn't have any luck building the game. Something about .so not being found. Initially, it didn't seem to get compiled, but compiling it myself, G++ doesn't help. Interesting. I guess that's probably the J&I library. How did you did you build it in IntelliJ or through the command line? As I'm not able to get it. That's what I'm working on right now. But if I do, yeah. So I run. That's interesting. Maybe there's yeah, this is the command I used to run it, to build it here. And what it's doing now, like in there. Yeah, so executing ant run tasks. Executing tasks, and then it's doing this here, J&I library. Now it's supposed to be compiling this, but I don't know. Maybe it is a problem with my like Maven project file or something, and it's just not. For some reason, I don't see the problem on mine, but it's maybe like an actual issue with Maven. That just on my specific version of Maven it works fine, but it doesn't in others. I think the rhetoric is disempowering. You can always do things to improve your situation. Yeah, I mean, there's too much. People are into way too many like filter bubbles and stuff, and like I see a lot of stuff about like there's a lot of like very stuff that's antagonist against women. It's like so many people that assume that all women are like super arrogant, like confident. But in the last few years, I've noticed, like as much as there's a lot of men who are doing bad in today's society, there's also a lot of women who are doing very bad. I remember coming home. I was traveling back one day, and there was this random woman that I saw on the bus. Who's across from me, and she had a like work computer on her, and I could see her password on her computer, and I just made small talk, and it's like, oh, I get your password. I see your password on your laptop, and she was like extremely soft spoken, and seemed like she was just very very shy. And I noticed on her fingers, it almost looked like she had like a nervous habit of like chewing, of like biting her fingers or something. And I mean, it's difficult to describe in words, but she just seemed like a very almost like a defeated, neurotic young woman, probably like, I don't know, 20 or something. Definitely not representative, definitely not the same type that you see on like all these, alpha male podcasts and stuff like that. And I'm sure there's tons of women, young women like that out there in the corporate machine. Or working 12-hour days in an office somewhere. Let's see, I don't really know. Mostly people are just normal, having similar struggles as all the men are. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, like dating apps now are, like, I haven't even looked at any of them. I Googled a couple of them to be like, dating apps, are these like a good thing? And then every time I read about them, or like what the environment is like on them, I'm like, this is the worst thing ever. And apparently they're getting even worse now, where you just like, they're like they're like the worst experience possible for both men and women. And you have to pay tons of money for it. You have to, like, if you want to like someone, you're going to pay a bunch of money, or like $100 or something like that. Oh, it's time to eat. I see now the generating JNI step failed because JNI.h, no such file. Oh, actually there might be dependency. Oh, actually, I should probably Yeah, I think there's I think there might be something. Yeah. Actually, I think in this step here, there's like, so I have sudo apt-get install g++ make. I think there might be like there might be some other library that I'm missing, like jni-library or something, or lib-jni maybe. And then I guess I should also fix the build process. So instead of, I guess it sounds like it probably silently failed for you. So I should fix that so that doesn't happen. Oops. I've heard that too. It makes it terrible for men and women in their own unique ways. Yeah, I mean, there's that, and we also have so many other. We have this like convergence of like so many different things going on right now. And I mean, here in Kitchener with like the people who are around here, like I was on, actually I took a screenshot of it because I thought it was amusing. There was on the Kitchener subreddit, there was a thing about like a singles dating event, and they said they're looking for more, they don't have enough men because the women's spots are all filled up, but it was only like 55 plus dating, and and all the slots for women were filled up, and they couldn't find enough men. But it's seniors only. And in addition to that, we also have like very high immigration here. So like random people that I meet, like there's a lot of I meet a lot of people who are of course students at the local colleges, and people who just arrived from North Africa and stuff. There's really, not a lot that I have in common with people from North Africa. Didn't silently fail. It just got buried under their logs and outputs. Yeah, I'll have to test that on like a fresh machine just to make sure. Because it makes sense to make that process a bit better. Yeah. Maybe streaming will lead to meeting people. If you get big enough, you can go to YouTube conventions or something. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I need is just like a somewhat stable and growing income. So YouTube for the last few months seems to have done pretty reasonable. And I think if I can pull the numbers, if I get money and numbers, then I could actually start like hosting some events or something like that. Like I think it'd be interesting to just, I don't know, host like the as we've discussed, people are having difficulty meeting people now. Like there's so many issues contributing to that. I think this part of the business model, I think, is also just, working on solving the problem of loneliness. If there's a way, because it seems like things are converging more towards everything just being online, or at least being like a first touch point, because internet relationships are not real relationships. But in the future, maybe there'll be like I haven't even looked into what dating apps are like in years, but are dating apps still all just pictures? Like, to me, that seems completely insane. Like, technology's advanced so much. Why would, like, if you want to learn what someone's like, why would you see, in this day, in 2025, why would you just look at a picture? Why wouldn't you see, like, something, like in the 1980s, you could submit a VHS tape of yourself talking or something, and you'd get, like, enormously more information from that than you would from a static picture. I read someone else said somewhere that like general social media has basically replaced dating apps. Like no one really, like people in their circles don't really use dating apps. They just, I guess like Instagram. I don't really use Instagram personally, but I guess that's your, when people, instead of exchanging phone numbers, people exchange Instagrams. Let's see. Should I continue streaming? Or should I take a break? I should probably eat. You'll be the next PewDiePie, hopefully. Don't use social media at all. I think if I wanted to meet women, I'd try joining a running club or something. Yeah, I've heard of those. That's I saw some segment somewhere about that's becoming a new thing, which makes sense. like go somewhere and do something active. But technically, you said you don't use social media at all, but you're on social media right now. This true feels step removed from self-driven social media like Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, Instagram, I never really got into Instagram at all. Facebook, I deleted my Facebook in 2014, and from what I understand about Facebook now, it's really gone off the deep end. It's all like AI generated nonsense, and you lied. Use Reddit. Reddit has gone. My intuition is that, I can't prove anything, but my intuition is that there's way more bots on Reddit now. It seems like it's a lot of like ChatGPT stuff, and like there was even like a CBC, like in r/Canada, there was a CBC. Somebody did a CBC segment on apparently the people that run r/Canada are almost all outside of Canada. Like some of them were in Russia, and they were talking to someone. So some journalist did an investigation, and they got these like weird, sketchy answers that almost made it seem like it's just like bots running the entire subreddit from a foreign country, and they and then that got posted to r/Canada, this segment, and then they just like downplayed it, and they're like, oh yes, this is not a big deal, and it didn't get very many upvotes, and then like it was pretty quickly off the front page. So they didn't like delete it or ban it. They're just like, oh, it's not a big deal. And then like the response went like, from watching the segment, it was like, wow, this is a pretty like kind of blockbuster. I remember that oh yeah, you may have, I guess if you check the same, if you're also in the r/Canada subreddit, and more and more stuff like that, to me that's quite concerning. If there's like a foreign government or who knows what, or like I'm also kind of concerned about. It was, I don't know if you're here earlier, but like the rise of private equity. It makes me wonder if like some of the bots and manipulation and stuff like that are not just run by private equity firms in order to try and like steer people toward stuff that makes them money. Not a FBI honeypot sends $2. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I'm doing fantastic now that I have the $2. That just increased the vibes a little bit more. Well, certainly are. They are in some shape or form. That's the nature of capitalism right now. Yeah, it's kind of concerning because especially with AI now, like the asymmetry between like how powerful, like everyone knows about AI, but I think the average person really does not understand how good large language models are. And I think the gap has been so much that like once people realize they're gonna kind of snap from being like, oh, these AIs are so advanced, they're like infallible, and like so you have to doubt absolutely everything everywhere, and that's going to lead to a huge loss of trust in like so many things. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, replenish my tea here. I'll be right back. Tornado Chaser 72 says, hey. Robert Mukbang ASMR. Is my chewing loud? I'm trying not to be too close to the mic. What were the other shoes, if you don't mind my asking? troubleshooting is a bit tricky because minimal Debian VM. Can't copy my VM to my Mac. That's all right. I guess the next thing I'm looking to do overall is figuring out how to make the build process work better. Theoretically, it should be able to just work in IntelliJ, but there's a few things that I'm going to have to but ideally I would find some way to actually show the build logs, but I don't know. I can't find that. It's like, executing pre-compile tasks. I don't know what those are. Maybe it doesn't actually show them. No ant build file. Maybe I just need to separate that out and have an ant build file. What to do now? sure if setting Java home was important. The issue was finding JNI headers. Seems to be the include path in generating JNI headers step contains something with AMD 64. Oh, you're on ARM. Yeah, not sure if that's the issue. I would assume there was a time when I thought that there was some kind of like, but if you're in Ubuntu, I would assume that it would be able to, like this is just, that part is just like a general Java thing. I would expect general Java applications would work pretty seamlessly. Like if it's not working with ARM, then it would work with you'd have issues with lots of other Java applications. I'll put it on my to-do list to do like a fresh to run through this process on like a fresh machine. I don't have a group ID, so maybe that'll just fix everything. Oh, it's a different plugin. That doesn't have a group ID. I think if you just do if you just run the Java command or like Java -version, I think if you see something, then that means like Java home is probably set or it's able to find Java. Technically, if you just want to run the game, you can just like do wget and download the jar. Popping in to say, huge fan of your videos. Got me through some tough times. Hope you're doing good. Oh, thank you for the kind words. now I'm just trying to figure out how to get this, fix the build process so it'll actually work in the context of the IntelliJ IDE. That is the block mining simulation game. That must be. So I told it to rebuild the project, but it's complaining about this, which implies that the rebuild maybe doesn't know how do I do Maven clean or something. New to the channel. Which video did you see first? What you got going on? Right now, I'm working on the block mining simulation game. I'm trying to figure out how to get the build process to work within the context of IntelliJ. And there's something with the J and I libraries. I think there's something wrong with the BOM files or something. I don't have the dependencies specified right. But I'm just getting used to how it's supposed to work. I'm actually just looking for a clean build command, but I can't see that anywhere. CPU making. I'm a quantum mechanical engineering researcher or something like that. Excellent. Coding. Relying, that's awesome. Okay. we need to figure out how to print matter from information, aka cashmere cavities. That would be pretty cool, I guess. Got a new fan here. Hopefully find the correct structural code. Hopefully. Haven't made progress yet, but I'll figure it out. I may have to change it around the project structure. You have a makefile to compile the CPP. You have a makefile to compile a CPP file that references J and I.H that sets Java home to a directory that includes AMD64. Oh, okay. Let me look at that. I did this a while ago and I forgot. C++. Okay. Yeah, I can see how that's a problem. Yeah, so I guess that should be just something generic. Actually, it's Java's. Yeah, this is a makefile too, so I can't remember if that's going to I think by default that yeah, I forget how makefiles work with respect to environment variables, because a makefile variable is different than an environment variable. I'll have to make a note of this. If you change this to your I guess presumably you have that equivalent directory probably for ARM. If you change that, does that make it work for you? I'll have to invest in a better mic arm. This is like the super cheapo eBay mic arm that I bought before when it was like super broke. But now that I have a little bit of money coming in, then I can maybe reinvest in a better one. Hard coding your own Java home. The makefile fixes it. Excellent. So does it actually like build and boot it into the game? Excellent. Thanks for being the guinea pig to test out the bugs. That's a good find. Yeah, I think I was kind of at a rush to get all of this working, and I think I just barely got it working, and then I like rearranged some stuff, and I remember thinking at the time like I should refactor this, and then I got distracted with something else and forgot about it. You're listening to something on your headphones? No, I would just have the feedback from the audio. So when I accidentally hit the microphone arm like I did, then I get to suffer just as much as you guys do. Well, I'll have to do some research on this to figure out. I may have to split that off into a separate like project or module for Maven. Maybe this will be a good use case for ChatGPT to like. It's one of those things where I don't really know exactly what question to ask because I don't know what actual project structure I should use. It's probably something simple like this. Just like you need to specify an artifact ID somewhere or something. Well, I'll probably call it a day. Yeah, I think I'll probably pack it in there for now. So as usual, I'll be here for another stream in a week from now. It'll probably be that one. Probably also won't be too exciting. This week I'll be working all week on the next video, and then And then after that, I'll have to plan something a bit more interesting. But I've been working on other stuff all week, so this is just totally unprepared. Maybe by next week I'll have some progress on this, so I can at least do a slightly more interesting development. But anyway, see you next time, guys.